Et là,
Très bien.
une fois qu'il est rouge, c'est que vous pouvez
Super.
parler. Quand vous avez fini de parler, le mieux
Good morning, everybody, from beautiful Paris, from the Ministry of Economy and France, where we are hosted by the French Presidency of the European Union, of the European Council, and by State Secretary, Minister Olivier Grégoire, in charge of social and solidarity economy and responsible economy. Bienvenue dans cet événement, comme je disais, l'économie sociale.
Welcome to this event, Social Economy, the Future of Europe, as part of the French presidency. It will be an intense day, and it is part of the actions of the French presidency for the social and solidarity economy that will come together on the 5th and 6th of May 2022. The goal today is to have a discussion with Madam Secretary of State Olivia Grégoire, our host in Paris, and the European Commissioner Nicolas Schmit on the implementation of the action plan for social economy. Madam Grégoire, you have an intense agenda to promote the social economy as part of the French presidency. You have the floor.
Bonjour.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Paris. Welcome to all social entrepreneurs who are joining remotely, who are joining from all parts of Europe. Thank you to Victor Messeguer, who is, as you know, Director of Social Economy Europe. I want to thank him for agreeing to be our moderator for this important discussion. From the beginning, over the past months, I said I wanted this momentum of the French presidency dedicated to the social economy. I wanted it to start with pragmatic elements. We will have the pleasure to discuss with 22 of my counterparts from the European Union to discuss on the action plan presented on the 9th of December by the Commission. I am sincerely happy because it is a historical moment. It is the first time the Council of Ministers of the European Union come together for the social economy. Of course, we need to thank the European Commission for its resolute action, its determination, whether it be through the excellent Commissioner Schmit, who initiated the action plan, and also Commissioner Breton, whom I also extend my greetings. Unfortunately, he cannot attend our meeting today, but it is thanks to him, as you know, that the social economy became one of the 14 industrial ecosystems that are at the base of Europe's competitiveness. And we also need to thank all member states who tackle this issue. All of our efforts will not bear results if we do not have these discussions with those who are in the field and who will benefit from such actions. This is why I wanted that such discussions be held, pragmatic discussions. I want a free discussion, frank, comprehensive discussion between the Commissioner Schmit and social entrepreneurs from all member states of the European Union who are actors and drivers of this action plan, who will implement it on our European territories. Now, before I give the floor to Commissioner Schmit for introductory remarks, I would like to thank him for his full commitment to this economy in which we all believe, especially Nicolas Schmit. I want to reiterate that it is a pleasure and honor to have amongst the European Commission an expert on the social economy who can be a spokesperson and intermediary for all of those who want to do economy differently, who want a more social economy. Thank you very much. As you said, it is the first time that a ministerial meeting gathers so many member states. So we are making progress.
It is our time to scale up, and today in Paris, we are scaling up. Monsieur le commissaire Schmit, comme Madame la ministre le dit.
Commissioner Schmit, as was just said, you initiated this action plan and you want it to be a game changer for social economy businesses all across Europe. Now, Commissioner, with 38 concrete actions, a 10 years horizon for its implementation, a cooperation between the Commission directorates and the will to channel over 2.5 billion euros towards the social economy, this plan is a robust initiative. Commissioner, you have the floor. You can tell us more about this action plan. Thank you very much. Good morning, dear Olivia, dear participants. First of all, I have to say I'm quite sad I cannot be with you in Paris. I am currently at the European Parliament. I had to stay here for important debates on the protection of the health and security of workers, the safety of workers, but also to advance certain issues regarding minimum salaries in Europe. I would like to start by warmly thanking those who organized the conference, and particularly Madam Minister Olivia Grégoire, who was very involved in promoting the conference and in promoting, as you said, the topic of social economy as part of this European agenda. It is a pleasure for me to present the action plan for the social economy adopted on 9th of December by the Commission, and to have discussions with those who work in the field and who develop the social economy ecosystem, which is essential to overcome challenges we are faced with today. The social economy is, I would say, something we see in the field every day. The players innovate, create every day, and without the social economy, our societies would be different, less prosperous. Now, over a century, the social economy has created quality jobs. It has generated sustainable economic activity based on cooperation and solidarity. It brings efficient and innovative solutions in a variety of topics, access to healthcare. We know how important that is. Local consumption, the insertion of vulnerable groups, renewable energies, cooperative businesses, etc. The COVID-19 crisis and the environmental and digital transition have challenged our resilience capacity, and it is in that context that the social economy has a vital role to play. To make our economy and societies fairer, more resilient, and we have clearly seen that if there is a sector that is resilient, it is the ecosystem of the social economy. The development of the social economy is, of course, heterogeneous amongst different, depending on the member states of the European Union. And this alternative economic entrepreneur model is often not recognized as it should be. Its potential is often underexploited. In France, the social and solidarity economy amounts to 10% of the GDP, but it is only 0.6. It is a lot less in other member states. So the goal of this action plan is to gather all possible resources to promote and develop the social economy at the European level, and to create a real positive dynamic amongst member states at the national, European and local level. Madam Minister, you mentioned the role of the social economy, its economic model and its recognition as one of the 14 industrial ecosystems that were defined by Commissioner Breton. Hence, the economic importance today and for the future of this economic model and its contribution to the development of a new growth model, which is also a topical issue that is discussed at the highest level in Europe. The action plan by the European Commission will take place over the next 8 years. It will reinforce the social economy and meet targets in terms of job creation, employment, alleviating poverty, for the social rights basis that was adopted in Porto last year. The action plan has 3 priorities: providing framework for for the development of the social economy. We need to take into account the needs of the social economy in the policies and rules that have an impact at all relevant levels. This is for public procurement, taxation, healthcare policies, employment policies, the protection of the environment, and to fight against climate change. And in all of those fields, the European Commission will submit a Council recommendation for a coherent support policy to the social economy at the national level. And the Commission also prepares other initiatives to raise awareness and support public officials and actors of the social economy, to allow them, for instance, to better use existing state aids and public procurement in place. Madam Minister, I know you want to facilitate and make these rules more flexible and facilitate access to funding, to adequate funding for these social economy entities. Now, social innovation is another important topic in less privileged areas, in rural areas, and we want to strengthen partnerships at the local and national level. The Commission will shed light on the tools developed in Europe in the cooperation with third countries. The second priority is to develop tools to strengthen the capacities and skills of players in the field. I think our common goal is that the organizations of the social economy benefit from a support they need, and that they have a better access to funding. The Commission will launch new financial products in 2022 as part of the InvestEU program to better offer funding, including private funding. New funds will be raised for the social economy, such as the Cohesion Fund, the European Social Fund, and the European Social Fund Plus, amongst others. But means will also be provided to member states as part of the Fund for Recovery and Resilience, which can be used by social economy entities. A new portal will be launched in 2023 to provide information on funding plans, to provide guides, and the Commission will encourage that partnerships be set up between actors in the field of skills. And when it comes to social innovation, a new center for skills will be created this year to improve the exchange of good practices and strengthen the capacities of public authorities. The Commission also wants to foster the measurement of the social impact. We will work in close cooperation with players in the field to come up with simple methods, and once again, Madam Minister, that is one of your priorities. I think it is very important to have the required tools to promote this social impact approach. In the action plan, we also set out measures to support the social economy in the ecological and digital transition. Third priority, improve the recognition of the social economy and its potential. We need to raise awareness, and particularly amongst women, politicians, banks, other financial players and consumers. The Commission will foster research, data collection and communication to shed light on the social economy and work on its recognition by society. Now, beyond these three main priorities, the action plan sets out clear criteria to define the social economy at the European level, while acknowledging that there is diversity when it comes to the legal frameworks amongst countries. Demand by players in the field in this regard is strong because concepts are used differently amongst member states, and this hindered the political and institutional recognition of the social economy. It also hindered the possible actions in the single market. And the action plan also states the actions led by European institutions, states, and actors of the social economy that are active in the field and contribute to making a socio-economic system that is fairer, more modern, but that plays a vital role, as I said, in the major transitions we are confronted with, digital, industrial, and ecological, which we need to have control over to guarantee fairness. I will gladly answer to questions you might have, and I want to thank you once again for organizing this conference and for all the efforts that were made by you, Madam Minister, to develop the social economy at the European level. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for this presentation. Of course, the actions and plans for the years to come are intense. There's a lot we have to do together for the social economy, and we realize today that the Commission, the Member States, the Intergroup of the European Parliament, and the representative organizations are supporting this initiative for the social economy. We will move to the second part of our event, an interactive session with 11 questions by 11 social entrepreneurs from all across Europe.
Donc effectivement, on commence cette session. On a mobilisé.
So with this session, along with the French presidency, we have 11 business leaders from 9 European countries that will be putting questions to the Commissioner and the Secretary of State. We start with Stefanos Kamperis from Greece. He's manager of a very innovative cooperative called Stalamaki. And he has a question for the Commissioner about the obstacles to social economy and the lack of support for such companies and the connection between social economy and startups. Stefano, over to you.
And greetings from Greece. It's a great opportunity to be amongst you. Dear Commissioner, the characteristics of social economy enterprises differ a lot from country to country concerning their maturity, their number.
On a eu un petit problème technique avec Stefanos.
We have a technical problem with Stefanos. He will probably come back a bit later and ask his question. So let's move on to the next person who will be asking a question. This is Jean-Baptiste. Oh no, we're going back to Stefanos apparently. We have a little technical hitch. So back to you, Stefanos. Are you still there?
With you, can you?
Now we hear you very
Yes,
well.
hello?
Sorry for the technical issue, and please go ahead again with your question.
Okay, so dear Commissioner, thank you for the opportunity to be here. The characteristics of social economy enterprises differ a lot from country to country concerning their maturity, their number, their size, their legal forms, and their fields of activities. Social economy enterprises and their ecosystem in Greece is at an infant level, constraining their development and their ability to be supported by the European Social Economy Action Plan. For instance, our innovative cooperative, we are producing drinking straws from natural wheat stems. We've tried to register in the National Registry for Greek startups, it's called Elevate Greece, in order to be able to explore funding opportunities. But unfortunately, according to them, social economy enterprises are excluded from the registry of startups. So we do believe that social economy is the future, but how can the social economy action plan accompany social economy enterprises and member states to overcome these obstacles? How is the European Commission connecting social economy policies with policies for startups and with the wider industrial strategy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefanos. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Well, dear Stefanos, first, I really want to congratulate you for this very innovative project. And I think it fits perfectly also into the strategy to fight climate change, to fight also the plastic problem we all are facing, which is really destroying our environment. And it shows how important projects coming from social economy can be in this context in a very concrete way. So first, I think here is what we have to do. We have to really show that you can be a social enterprise and at the same time you are a startup, and there is no separation. You belong to the model of social economy, and you are a startup. You are innovating. You are really contributing to also to the issue of fighting climate change, to fighting the destruction of the environment, and so on. So this is the first recognition we have to really push for, and this is what when I said we have now to have this debate, and therefore it's so important to have this conference to convince decision takers at all levels, including public authorities, but also financial institutions who sometimes hesitate to invest in social economy enterprises. And I think this is also a contribution of the hopefully of the action plan what we aim at. So I think certainly also in connection to the new financial means we will put into place with in connection to InvestEU. Also, in connection to better information for social enterprises, how can I access to financial resources, which is already difficult for all kinds of enterprises, especially SMEs. So we have to really support social enterprises in this context. So I think first the information, mobilizing public authorities to really give this recognition to social enterprises as equal economic actors, and the minister had mentioned the recognition of social economy enterprises as being part of an equal ecosystem, not a distinct one, an equally recognized ecosystem, and also now informing and mobilizing financial institutions to contribute to the setting up of social enterprises as startups, because you are a startup, so you deserve the same treatment.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefanos. I think it's a good answer. Indeed, the Council recommendation coming in the near future should support also stronger public policies for the social economy in every member state, and peer learning exercises, ministerial meetings as the one taking place today, are also good to learn one from the other and make sure that every member state can have supportive policies for the social economy. By the way, let me remind that we have a very challenging exercise ahead of us. We have 10 more questions and something like 40 minutes to reply them all. So we will need to be, all of us, including myself, quite straight to the point. The next speaker is Jeanne Bretéché. Jeanne est une coopératrice.
She's cooperator and president, founder of the Social Good Accelerator Association. And she has a question about the digital transition of social economy and how we can upskill and reskill the workers. Jeanne, over to you. Thank you, Victor. Minister, Commissioner, thank you for giving me this opportunity of putting a question to you in this important conference for European social economy. studies have shown that 85% of the professions in 2030 still didn't exist, which means that we have to plan jobs and careers in a specific way with a structural support for change. And it's a question of political will and funding. For the moment, we don't know what's going to happen in social economy, and particularly in digital, whereas social economy is a very important social sector and supports the most vulnerable among us that suffer from the digital divide, especially since COVID. So as part of the the action plan Back for Systems, how are you intending to support the development of new digital professions in social economies? Thank you.
Merci, Jeanne. Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you for the question, Jeanne. Commissioner. Thank you very much for your question. I think the social economy, like the whole of the economy, definitely has to take on board the digital challenge. When we say digital, I think first and foremost we're talking about digital skills. So promoting digital skills in the social economy is of vital importance, especially because it makes it easier for people to adjust and grow. In the Pact for Skills you talked about, it's for all ecosystems, and I come back to what the Minister was saying. And in fact, we had a conversation with representatives of social economy who have come into the Pact to see how we can better support and promote digital skills. Obviously, we have to invest in skills, digital training. The Commission has organized several initiatives in this area for digital skills that we shouldn't overlook. And we have to make sure that social economy business are not excluded. For example, the FSE Plus can finance training courses in this area, in particular for training employees who often, and this is not just true in social economy, it applies to other businesses. So we have to make sure that we can train workers in the social economy. There are financial means available, in particular through the social fund and a number of others that I've mentioned, but we always have the same issue. How can you have access to those funds? How can you support businesses in benefiting from these funds? We're not going to exclude social economy from this financing. We want to help businesses get better access so that we can promote digital skills. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your answer, which was very clear about European upskilling and reskilling possibilities.
Poland, from the biggest mutual in Poland, actually, which has historical links to the solidarity movement and therefore to the transition towards democracy in that European country. The speaker that will ask the question is Grzegorz Bukowski. He's the CEO of Saltus TUW, and he's president of Amice, which is the European Association of Mutual and Cooperative Insurers. Grzegorz, the floor is yours. We are having technical issues with Grzegorz, but I think that he will be able to connect in a second. Again, let's celebrate the fact, Commissioner, that we are able, with this initiative, with this European Action Plan for the Social Economy, the European Commission and you have been able to create a certain hype and an enormous interest in the social economy community all over the European Union. And this is demonstrated by the fact that today we have so many entrepreneurs, so many social economy leaders from all over the EU that have hope, and that truly believe that this Social Economy Action Plan will be a game changer. We continue having problems with Mr. Bukowski, and therefore we will pass to the next speaker. The next speaker comes from Italy. Son nom c'est Madame Daniela Merida, et elle est responsable de projet.
It's Daniela Merida, who is project leader for social services in the cooperative Impresa Rua, and she will ask the Minister and Commissioners, a question on this? So over to you. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So, Minister and Commissioner, thank you for inviting me to this webinar. One of the main advantages of the action plan is that it recognizes the potential of social economy for future social industrial policies in the EU. However, simply because of the importance of the missions of general interest which social economy contributes to, it's important to also define goals so that we can improve strategies for cooperation between public administrations and social economy organizations in order to improve the access of social economy and businesses to public procurement. Great progress have been made thanks to the 2014 Public Procurement Directive. Nonetheless, this relationship could still be improved by updating the directive on public procurement, because today most public procurement still follows rules and criteria according to which it's the price of goods and services which takes precedence, and it's very unusual to apply the formula of socially responsible public procurement, giving more importance to the qualitative assessment of the offer. In particular, in Article 77, it would be very interesting to be able to introduce a clear distinction between the pursuit of general interest and the realization of single market, so that we have a better legal basis for cooperation agreements between public bodies and social economy actors. Do you think that this will be possible going forward? Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Merida. As I was saying, the Secretary of State will give you a first answer, giving the French view on socially responsible public procurement, and then we'll have information what the Commission is doing there. Minister. Thank you very much. What you've done there, Mrs. Merida, with your question, is flag up a really serious issue. I just briefly wanted to remind you that in French legislation a few months ago, we tried to provide for that. We tried to legislate on this correlation between public procurement and the social economy. We found ways and means of bringing in a new requirement, which I can tell you about, in French public procurement. 100% of the bids that come in have to contain an environmental criterion. That's to say 100% of public procurement orders. I'm sure we'll hear from the Commissioner on this, but maybe you and I could work together on this together. We have tried to bring in the possibility of adding a social criterion, socially responsible criterion, in public procurement. So we have found the legal ways of doing that. When we think about this, it's important to take into account the environment and social considerations, so that we can work with businesses that help people to be socially included. And in France, for example, we're talking about a public procurement market of 200 billion euros. So we do need to find a way at European level so that we can have those social environmental requirements for public procurement across Europe. But I'll leave it up to Nicolas Schmidt to tell us about that. And that was a very good question. Thank you, Ms. Merida. Commissioner, over to you. Thank you very much for the questions. Very important. As you said yourself, the European Directive on Public Procurement offers possibilities which are not always used in a lot of member states. The price is given too much importance, and we ignore things such as jobs and the inclusion in the job market of more vulnerable individuals. So we have to work on that to show that this directive has considerable potential for the social economy. And so using that, we can pursue a number of social environmental goals, but in particular social ones. In the Council's recommendation, which should come out next year, there's a large section on this aspect because public procurement, as the Minister just said, represents a massive amount of money. It's over 15% of the GDP. So we have to make sure that social economy businesses are involved, and we need to work with them to solve some social problems, and we shouldn't be over-focused on just price. Thank you, Commissioner and Minister, for this European and French outlook. It's true that France has a wide legal array of tools to support social economy, SMUs. So it's an excellent model to be followed in socially responsible public procurement. I'm now going to give the floor to Frédéric Simonard. He's from Belgium, co-founder and CEO of Do It for a Job, which works in the area of risk and he has a question about financial mechanisms and the efforts that we could have through the action plan. Mr. Simonard, over to you.
Do for a Job, we strongly believe in outcome-based financial mechanism, since we have benefited from a social impact bond to launch our activities a few years ago. Unfortunately, we notice many entry barriers to those new financial instruments for social enterprises in general. The measurability of the social mission, the legal constraints, the implementation costs, and the access to data and control group, those are few difficulties that many social enterprises are facing. So how to ensure that this new financing mechanism will be accessible to more social enterprises in the future, like it has been for Job in the past?
Thank you very much, Mr. Simonard. Madame Grégoire, Madame la Ministre vous répondra aussi.
Madame Grégoire will answer first, followed by Commissioner Schmidt. Madame Grégoire.
Because you've just made one, even if you speak easily French, because you come from Belgium. I take a few seconds to first underline the tremendous work that is doing Do for a Job in Europe. We do work a lot with Do for a Job in France, and we had together, as you know, dear Mr. Simonard, social impact bonds, which was signed a few months ago. Nicolas Schmidt knows the deep and sincere passion and interest I get for social impact bonds as new means which can be very effective to give new investing and new investors for social economy. It's a new model. It takes a little time to be well known and to be operational, but we do now have a strong experience in France with approximately 50 million of social impact bonds which were signed in the latest 18 months. And I think it's very important to hear and to listen to Nicolas Schmidt on those new tools that we should spread all around Europe. And I can stand to hear Nicolas Schmidt. Social impact bonds, for example, could be one of the new investing tools that we could push and promote together in Europe. Dear Nicolas.
Thank you, Olivia. I fully agree, and I know your passion and your commitment for social bonds and impact bonds. So the Commission has put into place innovative funding for social enterprises over the last 7 years, and this will continue under the Invest EU program. to be launched this year. I referred already in my speech to this. A significant element of this support is the EU guarantee scheme to national financial intermediaries to help them boost lending and investment in social enterprises. Now, about social impact bonds, they are, as you know, a different mechanism to standard loans. They can contribute to providing funding opportunities to social economy organizations. And the Commission has been supporting the emergence of such schemes through a pilot investment scheme into social impact bonds under the European Fund for Strategic Investment, including setting up the advisory platform for social outcomes contracting. And this support will continue. And the platform offers, for example, advice and support for individual projects, peer-to-peer knowledge exchange, and relevant guidance. It is run in collaboration with national centers of expertise and therefore allows learning from concrete experiences across Europe. Let me also stress the importance of the issue of social impact measurement. But measuring social impact is essential for social economy actors to demonstrate why they make a difference, to attract appropriate support by policymakers and investors. And we need to facilitate the process for them. And the Commission will therefore work on this in close cooperation with stakeholders with a view to develop simple standard methodologies. I think social impact you need the measurement is key in that context, and we certainly will use the good experiences which have already been made in some member states like France and try to establish the right methodologies and standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The next question comes from Renan Hérault. He is leader and founder of Amareal, a social economy enterprise here in France, and he has a more specific question, also on finance, but focusing on the InvestEU instrument. Mr. Hérault, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Commissioner, good morning. We sell used books on the internet. We have done so over the past 8 years. We are an ESUS business. Now, for banks and for investors, because we have these social missions, we are a risk. So it is more difficult for companies like ours to have access to the funding we need to develop, as it is the case for any other business. So my question is very simple, Madam Minister, the Commissioner. What does the Commission offer when it comes to access to financing for socially responsible companies like ours?
Commissioner?
Oui, merci pour cette question.
Thank you for your question. I referred to this earlier, and new funding tools for social economy business will be part of the InvestEU program. As of this year, negotiations with the European Investment Bank are ongoing, but they should come to an end soon, and we should be able to present new financial tools, new financial instruments soon. And these new instruments are based on what was deployed in 2014 and 2020 as part of the FC program, amongst others. We want to target private funding entities. You mentioned how difficult it can be to have access to such private funding. And they work with micro-entrepreneurs or social entrepreneurs, and we want to strengthen their funding capacity based on guarantees. The new instruments will offer adapted solutions based on how these social businesses are developed, with capital investment or capital. And beyond the InvestEU program, the Commission will continue tendering procedures to continue developing the social economy markets through the European Social Fund Plus, with grants that will be given to social economy businesses. Now, between 2014 and 2020, so the former social fund As part of this fund, we invested 1.1 billion euros in social economy entities. So that is a trend we want to continue by offering new financial instruments. But once again, facilitating access to funding and providing information is a priority in order to strengthen the financing opportunities for social economy entities.
For your question. And now from France, we are traveling to Spain, to Barcelona concretely, where Laura Peracaula, who is president of Suara Cooperative, is my member state indeed, so I'm always happy to introduce. Where Laura Peracaula, president of Suara Cooperative, which is an excellent example of digitalization in social services, but also of worker ownership and worker rights in this sector of social services, has a question about scaling up and promoting transnational social economy projects with the support of the action plan. Laura, the floor is yours.
Good morning and thank you. Social and care services have been traditionally managed by charities and non-profit corporations, cooperatives and self-managed associations that are organized to respond to vulnerable situations in the proximity. The social economy has demanded public financing and social policies while struggling to seek all kinds of resources to respond to these needs. During the last 15 years, there has been the emergence of investment funds and trade companies that have broken into the social and care sector with a speculative interest, resulting in the disappearance of many non-profit social economy entities. However, thanks to the great resilience capacity of the social economy, it has resisted and has continued fighting to transform and digitalize itself to face the demographic challenge, keeping the desire of people to live in their own homes for as long as possible. We already have social economy projects ready to be tested with the aim of offering personalized care, giving security and support to the person, making life easier with the help of the community, and improving the working conditions of professionals. All this with digitalization as a transversal element. For this, it is necessary to be able to invest, test, evaluate, and transfer learning to a scale. And the specific questions are: does the European Union have a specific budget to invest in the social economy companies to test new technologies and methodologies? How do we guarantee access to financing and avoid speculative interest in these projects? Are you willing to share and replicate best practices from different countries in the EU? Or what other initiatives can help social economy companies remain present and competitive in the market?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Peracaula. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
First, I think what you have said on the new possibilities which have been opened by digitalization for social enterprises, social entities is extremely important. So we have really to support social enterprise, social entities in their efforts to digitalize, because this is improving their capacities, but also has this territorial dimension you mentioned, and can also contribute to new ways of social innovation. This means, by the way, responding to a previous question, that we have to skill and upskill people working in these enterprises to use these digital tools. Second, well, the Commission will adopt a new care strategy this year. And I believe very much that social enterprise, social economy have a fundamental role to play in this care policies, because care is a sector of the future. demographic evolution show that the needs in care are huge. And we see also if you if you have just an economic approach in this care sector, you will end up with a lot of difficulties and bad quality services, not always, but very often. So I think here the model, the business model of social enterprises fits perfectly to this care sector and care approach, given that they are able also to innovate, to use digital tools, and therefore the creation of a European competence center is also an element, a contribution to promote social innovation. By the way, the transition pathways for the social economy, which we developed together also with Commissioner Breton, and the proximity ecosystems currently under development will precisely aim to encourage stakeholders adapt to and embrace the opportunities of digital and green transitions, also in the social economy field. And therefore, stakeholders are invited to contribute to the preparation of these transition pathways. And I encourage you to take part, to explain your needs, to voice your ideas, and to show that indeed social enterprises can be, or social economy entities can be a driving force in this context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Laura. Indeed, as the colleagues in DG GROW like to say, so we will make publicity a bit for them, we have to make the business case for social economy in the caring economy. It is obvious that one of the big challenges of our time is aging in decent conditions, is aging with well-being. So transition pathways, so many keywords mentioned by the Commissioner, but transition pathways and a survey that is actually currently online and can be replied, we can reply to that consultation till the 28th of February, is part of the answer. Let's go there, let's build a business case for the social economy, for the non-for-profit in this important sector. And now we're moving to two questions on youth, which is also a key aspect of the action plan, promoting social economy, entrepreneurship among the youngest people in Europe. And two people will be asking. We will have a question from, and we will take the two questions together. A question from Frederico Cruzeiro Costa, who is founder and president of the Social Entrepreneurship Agency in Portugal, and another question from Loli Battesti, jeune ambassadrice de la Croix-Rouge française.
Young ambassador at the French Red Cross, volunteer for the Isère territorial entity. She is, of course, a very young ambassador, probably the youngest participant we'll have today.
Your question, and then we will move to Loli. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to say that in these last 15 years, we support economic integration of local communities and individuals in risk of social exclusion in Portugal. We manage along the country 12 free spaces we call Entrepreneur Factory. We have 8 incubators and 2 Fab Labs. And along these years, we are working with thousands of people from youth and for senior as well. And we found out that there's a lot of questions that we try to put it in the 1 to 3 questions. Commissioner, how can we make sure the social economy and its potential are recognized, especially regarding youth participation? Following this, is it planned to open funding opportunities for social economy organizations run by youth to start up and scale up? And finally, will it be any fund opportunities for local-based projects sourced directly by the local community's needs? Because we are working along with the communities, and this for us is very important, this question.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Cruzeiro. Et maintenant, on passe la parole à...
Thank you very much, Mr. Cruzeiro. And we now move on to Ms. Battesti for her question. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. Now, for the French presidency of the European Union, our association decided to put forward 10 young people, 10 young spokespeople. And we're convinced that the commitment of young people will guarantee the future of the social economy sector. And as leaders of tomorrow, they are drivers of new actions and new approaches that are more innovative. And To face the current challenges, activities of the social economy are an opportunity for young people to find new solutions, new forms of commitment, and new forms of expression. Faced with global and local challenges such as climate change, poverty, migration, young people are committed in concrete action. They feel useful. They do so through new forms of commitment, and it is therefore interesting to reconsider the legitimacy and the place of young people. So my question is as follows. How is the European Action Plan for Social Economy giving substance to such involvement of the youth to guarantee the future of the sector and to materialize the role played by young people in the field? Thank you very much, Ms. Badesti. Dear Commissioner, you can now answer to both questions.
What you just said, the future of Europe depends on the young generations. So I think this is very important to listen to the young generations and to support them. And I think what has been said is that social economy is a new kind of opportunity for young people to express their vision for the future, their values, because we notice that more and more young people, they want a job, but they want also that their job makes sense. So social engagement, social commitment is extremely important for young people. And I think the idea of social entrepreneurship in that way is very important, because people know what at the end the impact of their work is. So we certainly encourage, in the context of promoting entrepreneurship, this kind of social entrepreneurship for young people. We have seen one of the examples on one project very much linked to ecological, social dimension, territorial dimension, young people, giving up the opportunities to young people to stay in their environment, in their territorial environment, which is extremely important, and to develop new services, to develop new activities there. So helping young people in the context of new forms of entrepreneurship, supporting them, and here finance is key, parce que sans les sources de financement, sans le soutien aux jeunes.
Because without supporting youth, things will not work. So young people need our support. They need advice. And I think that developing, supporting entities for youth who want to engage in social entrepreneurship is important. And as part of the recommendation we are working on, we are working with all stakeholders, including youth. I think we will be submitting concrete propositions in order to help young people find jobs, create their own jobs, create their businesses, and find purpose in such job creation.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you to the two people who asked those questions. So we're now going to move on to the last two questions. The 101 is from Julia Greenwich, co-founder and CEO of Innovateur Germany.
Active in circular economy, and she will be asking a very specific question about the VAT regime. We have a small problem, a small technical problem, so in the meantime, what I'd like to say is that many times we say that social economy is an entrepreneurial revolution. What we can do with the Social Economy Action Plan is to boost an entrepreneurial revolution all over the European Union and even beyond. And indeed, we need people of all ages to join that revolution, to change the world through the social economy. But the youth is very much needed. I don't know if we have already Mrs. Krunen with us. Perfect. So Mrs. Krunen, co-founder and CEO of Innatura, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister, Commissioner, for giving this opportunity for this interaction. I would like to focus my question around how social enterprises can help to improve the resource efficiency in the EU. My social enterprise, Innatura, distributes consumer goods, brand new consumer goods as in-kind donations, which otherwise would be disposed of, to over 5,500 charities in Germany, reaching over 1 million beneficiaries. And in our 7 years of operation, we have distributed goods worth over 28 million euros, thus saving 25 million to the social sector and avoiding over 3,700 tons of waste. And we also have, by the way, a sister organization, Don Solidaire, in France. Our impact is both societal and environmental. However, in most EU countries, it's still more expensive for companies to donate than to dispose of those products due to a VAT obligation on in-kind donations also in Germany. Together with the German e-commerce association BEVH, Ernst & Young, and the help of many companies, we have started an initiative to ask to exempt in-kind donations from VAT, and legal experts say that that is already possible today. Therefore, I would like to ask the Commissioner, what actions is the Commission foreseeing in the framework of SEAP to overcome these obstacles, to avoid unnecessary waste, to improve resource efficiency, and last but not least, in this way to support the important work of charities in the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Curran. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
First, congratulations for what you're doing. I think this shows also the innovative projects which are developed, and this with all generations, young and a bit less young. I belong to the a bit less young too. So the European Commission, and we are absolutely aware of this problem of taxation and VAT. It came up also in our discussion when we prepared the action plan. Now, giving tax incentives for the destruction of goods appears to be at odds with the principles of the Green Deal. Certainly, that's an issue we have really to reflect, but this is beyond, by the way, the framework of promoting social economy. Now, we are currently looking into how to address this issue. One option mentioned in the Circular Economy Action Plan of March 2020 is to ban the destruction of new goods. This option is being explored in the context of an impact assessment on the sustainable product policy. Another, which we consider to be complementary, possibility would indeed to change VAT rules. But you know, you can only change VAT rules by unanimity. So you have to have all member states on board. That's not so easy. So we will explore this with other competent Director Generals, environment, taxation, competition. But I think that's a very important point. And I also think we have, finally, to adapt our tax regimes, our taxation systems to the new challenges. We cannot just talk about the Green Deal and keep taxation systems, including VAT systems and rules, as they were 20 or 30 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thanks again, Julianne, for your question. So we are moving to the last question. The last question comes from the Czech Republic. It comes from Olga Maximova, who is head of nonprofit development at Czechites, a fantastic enterprise also working on digitalization and working on empowering and giving the skills to young women, to women entrepreneurs, to women that needs to be skilled in this new digital economy, or in the digital economy that is the new normal. And Olga has a question on the follow-up and the implementation of the Social Economy Action Plan. So please, Olga, the floor is yours.
You've said it all, Victor. Thank you very much. Well, good morning, Mr. Commissioner, Madam Minister. Good morning, Victor. We are, as Victor mentioned, a social enterprise based in the Czech Republic. We are a very proud recipient of the first Social Economy Awards last year in the digitalization and skills. However, my question will not be about the digital transition, because I think it was quite clear in the plan. My question is about the measurement of the effectiveness of the plan. As you know, all actors in the social economy have always they have to prove, you know, the social impact, as you've said. So my question is, by the same token, how will you measure that what you're doing and what you have just laid out to us is actually proving okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga. Madame la ministre va aussi vous répondre en premier lieu avec un premier retour sur comment implémenter les vues, sur comment implémenter, faire le suivi de ce plan d'action. Madame Grégoire.
Merci.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for that very good question. So maybe this starts here today. We'll be talking about this afternoon. As I will explain, we're going to start working on the rollout, the operational deployment of the action plan for the social economy across Europe. I was going to suggest by way of thanking them for the quality of their work, thanking you, Golga, for what you've done. I think GSES has an important role to play, and I think it's important for them to be involved in the actual follow-up monitoring of the action plan, but we'll hear from Nicholas Schmidt on that to see what his ideas are, and I'm sure that he's absolutely determined to see this plan rolled out in a practical manner.
Is implementation, because the action plan is a starting point. Now we have to implement it, and it's not only the Commission that has to implement the plan. The plan has to be implemented at very different levels, but we have to follow up the implementation. That's obvious, and I fully agree with this, and certainly we will have to take stock at a certain moment, perhaps after 3 years, we will see what has been done, especially also once we launch the recommendation, because the recommendation will be more precise. It will address a lot of issues which have been mentioned in this discussion and this exchange of views. So the Commission will follow up. I can commit that as long as I'm Commissioner, our mandate ends in 24, so we will follow up on the implementation with the stakeholders, by the way, with Member States and also all the stakeholders of the ecosystem. I must say also there is, and it's not because it's called the Luxembourgish Group or Luxembourg Group, which is now chaired by Italy. They will organize a meeting. This is a group of member states, including France, who are pushing very much for promoting and developing social economy. They can be very helpful in this context of follow-up and supporting the implementation. And the Minister has already mentioned the expert group on social economy, which advises and which is in dialogue, permanent dialogue with the Commission. So I am quite optimistic that at the end we will not only have an action plan, we will also have a lot of good actions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. So we have arrived to the end of this section of questions from social economy entrepreneurs from all over the European Union. Unfortunately, we had not been able, to have with us Grzegorz Bukowski from the Polish mutual TUV, but his question will arrive to you in written and representing the voice of mutual and cooperative insurers. We also have received many questions from social economy entrepreneurs, from social economy organizations, but unfortunately we will not have the time to treat them in the 5 minutes we have left. I would just like to say that we have received questions on social services and acquiring the right skills in the social sector. We have also received questions on impact enterprises, entreprises à impact, un sujet très à cœur du gouvernement.
Which is something very close to the heart of the French government and ministry.
The social economy action plan, on the single gateway, on the access to state aid. In short, many questions, Mr. Commissioner, that we have not the time to treat, but that will arrive, that the French presidency will send you in written. So thanks for that. And now, closing this session, we close this session, and in some little time, we will be in the closing with Mrs. Patricia Toia, Mrs. Olivier Grégoire, and Mr. Commissioner for some final words. Perfect. So here we are in the closing conclusions of this amazing event. 10 entrepreneurs, a great discussion, a very lively discussion on the implementation of CEAP. We feel the energy. The Commission put it forward, that proposal, in December, and right now we are all working, joining forces for its implementation. And a good example of a group of people, of a European institution ready to support the implementation of the Social Economy Action Plan is the Social Economy Intergroup of the European Parliament. More than 80 members from the main political families that will push for the implementation of the social economy, that will accompany the Commission, Member States and the sector in the implementation of the Social Economy Action Plan. Mrs. Toya is the co-chair of this group. She has been involved in the social economy for so many years, doing a beautiful work, doing the first opinions, reports of the European Parliament on social economy. So Mrs. Toya, the floor is yours for some reactions and some closing words.
Thank you so much. A very few words. Je veux surtout dire ma
Let me start by saying how pleased I am, because you said I've been working in this area for a very long time. I was a bit alone at first, but now we're having to run fast to keep up with the Commission, which is good, and that's very satisfying. And also satisfying to see we've moved on from these big speeches to very specific action. So I'm delighted at that. And in that respect, I want to thank many people, starting with the Minister of the French Presidency, because I know that your presidency attaches great importance to this. I think this is the first time this has happened, and I very much welcome the fact that we have ministers from various countries are meeting to discuss this. I hope this will be the first step towards an official council statement. That's certainly the intention. And the Commission has already talked about what they have been doing. I thank them for that. And I'm very grateful for the focus and the importance that we see in what he said. And I think it's also very positive these involved other commissioners as part of the ecosystem, because we have commissioners for the economy, because we know that that part of the Commission is working on this along with investment. And Commissioner Skier spoke to the European Parliament in a very positive manner. We hope that will be the first step in this process. And we're delighted to say they want to work with the sector. Now the Parliament has to do more work. As chair of the group, or co-chair of the group, I'm sure that we will be working at your side in a spirit of cooperation and just working together. That's the best thing we can do. We all need to work together to achieve our goals. You know, there's this group that we have to prod a little, but I have had assurances from my colleague they want to work on this, and there are all sorts of important initiatives. The Gissi report, the issue of legal definition, Commissioner. It's not just about wanting everything to be perfectly arranged, legally speaking, but to be able to use what you've been talking about, the new sources of funding, state aid that you mentioned. This is all very important, and we need to look at that. So the Rabolitsky report will be the contribution of the Parliament. And there's Mr. Kamenas who's talked about Mr. Kalen, and they all want to work together. So this is a contribution from the Parliament. And the point being that the Parliament will be working hand in hand with the Commission on this. I just want to say one thing here. I think the social economy actors and as we've seen from the question, there's also are willing to provide their input to this transition. We're fully committed to the social economy, and the digital transition in it. We have to help and support everybody, whether they be small companies or large corporations that need legal frameworks. They're not alone in this. So I think there are differences across the European social economy. There are associations, cooperatives that are ready, including for digital, but there are other businesses, ordinary businesses, that aren't ready. So it's up to us to push forward with these initiatives, to provide the platforms. So helping means technical assistance. It's often difficult for businesses to get into the European systems. We don't really know where to go. So that's where we need to provide assistance. Another thing that's important, the Commissioner said, is impact assessment. This is a major challenge that lies before us. We have to make sure that in the world of the social economy, the answer comes from the insider. I'm sure that if we get assistance from the Commission, we'll be able to cope with that ourselves. I'd like to thank the Commissioner and the Minister, because we're sure that the French presidency can be very helpful in this area and other important areas. And I think it will be to the credit of the Commissioner that he's made this contribution. On our side, I can assure you that the Parliament will be fully committed, will be in the front line like other European actors and such. Thank you, and thank you to Victor for moderating this so well today. Thank you, an excellent presentation. You can see all these reports that are ready. And then there's the Council recommendation coming out on the 4th of March, and then later there'll be the question of taxation and funding, and the Parliament will be working with Member States and the Commission to implement the action plan. So, Commissioner, a few words of conclusion from you, but we are pushed for time, so keep it short, please. Let me start by saying thank you very much for chairing this meeting so well. And I want to thank the French presidency and Minister Olivier Grégoire for her commitment. I think this has been said for some time. It was the European Parliament's intergroup that waved the flag of social economy. They were the torch bearers, and people like Patricia have worked in a way that enables us to approach this issue today and find a definitive solution, because when talking about the Commission, I agree, it's not just about me. It's a whole slew of commissioners who are fully aware of the important and critical contribution of the social economy in many ways, whether it be through the circular economy or funding. And of course, we're working with Commissioner Gentiloni on this and the Commissioner for the Internal Market. There's huge potential here that we can expect from social economy businesses when they draw more profitably on the potential of the internal market. So the question of mutual recognition, legal standards are very important, as the Minister said. So I think we're at the outset of a fascinating project that is vital to Europe, because I think COVID-19 and climate change, technological change, along with all the threats to our society, mean that social inclusion and cohesion and territorial cohesion across all these areas is vital, and the social economy can make a critical contribution to that. We've talked a lot about young people here. I think they are a wonderful reservoir of determination and energy, and we're counting on them to make our world better. I think social economies are values and a vision, but a vision only works if behind that there is action. That's my final message. Thank you to everybody, in particular Olivia.
Commissaire, on passe donc la parole.
Thank you, Commissioner. We now move to our host in Paris, Madame Grégoire. Thank you, and thank you sincerely to Patricia, and thank you to you for moderating this session and for your commitment to the social economy in Europe. First, I'd like to thank those who took some time to ask us questions. I think with this action plan initiated and elaborated by Nicola Schmidt, we have an ambition and a vision that is shared. We are now moving on to action, the action phase that will start as of this afternoon with the informal ministerial meeting that will start at approximately 3 o'clock, and we will have the pleasure of welcoming 23 member states as part of this afternoon's discussions.
For action, et l'action démarre dès 15 heures cet après-midi à la.
And action begins as of 3 o'clock this afternoon. So it was important to have this discussion with you, social entrepreneurs, because you are those who bring this social economy to life. I liked Patricia's expression. She said it very well. With this action plan, we took the social economy and moved it from the side to the center of the table. The social and solidarity economy is and will be in the middle of our table, at the heart of our discussions. And we have all gone through a pandemic that has challenged different models, including economic models. It has challenged the healthcare sector, the intergenerational relationships between our elderly and our youngest individuals. And the youth was affected by this pandemic, and I am convinced that the post-pandemic society we are elaborating together will be a society of purpose. We will be seeking purpose. And the social economy is a model based on growth and purpose, and I will do all I can in the weeks and months to come, in the years to come, to ensure the social economy has a positive impact on the economy in general. Thank you to our entrepreneurs. Thank you to Nicolas Schmidt for his clear responses to our entrepreneurs. And at 3 o'clock this afternoon, we will resume our work. Thank you very much for your attendance this morning, for this important moment for the social economy in Europe.
On attend le tapis. On attend le tapis, c'est tout. Après, on peut toujours se mettre là.
C'est de savoir où est-ce qu'on...
Ouais,
Il est où, de toute façon?
Oui, j'ai du mot, j'ai du mot. Oui, il y a bon, je vais poser mon truc, je vais prendre un intercom pour savoir. Ouais. Un retour de son. Ça marche. Est-ce que tu peux te mettre devant le 3 c'est bon. Un peu plus comme ça? Non? Comme ça, ouais. Hop.
Après, je sais pas s'ils vont être collés comme ça contre le mur.
Ouais, bah après on va s'adapter. Mais bon, j'ai parlé au... Ouais, c'est bon, là, je suis bien. Merci.
Sinon, moi, je te trouve une solution. Je t'appelle mon gars sûr.
Je sais que le truc. coup, je vais être en plan fixe, ouais.
Et comme ça, tu les prends que là ou tu les prends...
Ah bah après, ça dépend de ce que vous voulez. Hein.
Je crois que la volonté, c'était qu'on les voit entrer. La ministre française sera là et elle va les accueillir. Elle leur a arrivé et
Tu m'en remettre ou pas? Non, c'est bon. Merci, ça va. Donc là, je me concentre sur la ministre, et puis elle va se placer le drapeau, j'imagine. Et donc là, je vais prendre le plan large avec les drapeaux et les deux.
Et ça, c'est retransmis, c'est ça?
Je sais que c'est enregistré. Je pense que c'est juste un record. A priori. Ah, c'est diffusé? Tout le monde m'avait parlé de record, mais après.
c'est la demande qui a été faite.
D'accord, bah j'aurai un réel live.
Je revois avec qui?
Non, non, je suis en pause, juste revérifier avec eux. Non, ça. D'accord. Rien, il passe là. Hop. Et puis je suis passé par là. Vas-y. Attends, je te tiens. Ouais. Ah ouais. Tu y vas. Merci. Ah mais ça va être chiant, il va y avoir un fil qui va passer. Des pilotes après, je peux voir. Oh. 14h. Il tient pas ton truc? Ouais, 14h29. Au revoir, merci. Merci les copains. Non, c'est juste fini comme ça. C'est bizarre. Non, ça doit être fixé. C'est des caoutchoucs? Ah oui, d'accord.
Bon, dis non, c'est pas.
Peut-être tu le sécurises après. Ouais, sécuriser parce que c'est pas. Regarde. Non, après il passe. On va pas se mettre du scotch autour là pour détendre autour. Ça passe un truc. Ouais, ça n'empêche pas de faire ça. Hein. Oui, mais moi ça ne tombera pas, oui. Mais l'idéal, ça serait qu'il ne bouge pas. Je vais mettre, je vais bien faire. Dernier, je vais mettre un truc. Bon, attends, je vais y aller parce que. Ah ouais, j'ai encore celui-là. Ouais, c'est pas mal. Parce que je me disais, faire passer un fil là, ça va être un câble, ça va être. Ouais. Là, si je me mets là. Ça va passer à l'intérieur, non? On verra tout ça à 14h. Et a priori déjà elle sera là. Elle va accueillir les gens. Et ensuite elle va prendre la parole ici. Et après elle parle ici. Ensuite tu peux la chauffer comme ça. En étant sur le côté. Voilà, on va la chauffer comme ça. Ouais. Sachant que j'ai un cadre super large. Voilà ce que je craignais, l'ombre. Ouais, donc tu regardes. L'ombre, voilà, c'est ce que je craignais. Ouais, alors là, c'est pour ça qu'il faut que tu la chopes, faut que tu sois sur le côté en fait. Faut que tu sois sur le côté et bras levés. Faut que tu sois là. Faut que tes micros soient au-dessus de l'eau. Ah, puis là, t'as les ombres et tout. Mais en fait, recule. Ouais. Ah, on a l'ombre. Ouais, je comprends. Ou sinon, le cadre est trop large, mais tu vas le réduire. Ouais, je vais le réduire. Sinon, tu peux la choper comme ça. C'est possible aussi. Hein. Pourquoi?
Je peux passer là?
Qui te parle là?
Si tu le mets à côté, tu mets les gens comme ça à l'avant.
Il dit quoi?
Les deux rangs, ils sont à l'avant.
Donc là, moi, je vais avoir
Ouais, je vais les resserrer. Ouais.
C'est juste un but que tu frappes. On va mettre dessus. Voilà.
on met sur la marche.
Ben oui, parce qu'elle va être courte. Elle est combien de profondeur?
Elle fait 4 de large, 20 de haut, mais elle nous a pas dit 1 mètre. C'est impraticable.
Tu le mets bien sur ton mais forcément il va le mettre compte sinon. Donc ça tu vas bien le mettre dessus. Et comme tu as 1 mètre de profondeur, et ben ça tu mets dans les 50 cm du fond et ça et eux dans les 50 cm du devant.
Et de toute façon, ils se mettent sur l'étiquette.
Oui, ils se mettent sur l'étiquette. Donc ton étiquette, tu vois, alors
la colle au
ouais, colle. De toute façon ça se voit pas. Et puis on compte entre tes milieux de pied et les milieux de pied. Tu peux compter, regarde là on est loin, donc tu peux rapprocher. Le plus court c'est que tu comptes 60 cm. Si tu peux élargir un peu, ben t'élargis un peu. Mais c'est le minimum 60. C'est le minimum 60. Et si jamais, regarde, ça marche pas, remets-toi là, tu fais ça, tu comptes 60, t'as tombé un petit peu loin.
Ah oui,
reste là, tu vois. Comme ça tu peux être
mais là, ils sont que 6 sur la large.
Oui, je te donne juste l'astuce.
Ah oui, non, mais
sur tes 50 cm de devant, tu fais 60 entre les deux, parce que c'est pas très large.
places la
Si
personne
tu as besoin
là.
de faire un léger décalage, tu peux te permettre un léger décalage.
Logo, drapeau, French Council. Hein? Regarde.
Les drapeaux, je peux les
Et bien laissant la France devant le...
Attends, on va voir avec le cadre.
Allez, on va voir. Ouais.
1, 2, 1, 2, bla 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 bla. Elle est plus petite, hein.
Et là, si je le mets bien en face,
La bla 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 bla.
le problème c'est qu'elle va commencer là en fait. Je vais la choper ici parce qu'elle va accueillir les gens. Et si je suis trop sur elle, elle va avoir son profil en fait. T'es encore trop là. Je vais choisir ce point là. Elle va accueillir les gens, elle va aller là en fait. Et il faut la filmer en train d'accueillir les gens. Et ensuite elle va prendre la parole. Et elle va se mettre là.
Mais lui, il va galérer de ouf.
Bah ouais.
Et d'après les instructions que me donne Thibault, il faut que tu fasses un truc journaleux, c'est-à-dire très serré sur les gens qui parlent, de sorte que je puisse vraiment moi être au-dessus.
C'est ça, faut que tu sois assez. Tu la prends en mode taille.
Et puis pas d'air au-dessus de la tête quoi.
Parce que sinon il y a le logo aussi.
On va répéter, je vais faire la main. T'arrives, t'accueilles.
Qui c'est qui fait la main?
Et après c'est quoi? Elle se met là et elle répond les questions, tout ça?
Ouais, ou je sais pas, elle prend la parole, mais
ok.
elle me drapeau.
Tu me dis quand t'es prêt. Sachant qu'elle est plus petite.
Ouais. Ouais, là. Du coup, je fais quoi? Je vais au drapeau après?
Tu viens me serrer la paluche et tout, puis après on va au drapeau, j'imagine, je sais pas. Alors, tu l'as eu la perche, les ombres. T'as l'ombre dégueulasse là. Et si tu te mets là, t'auras une ombre aussi? Ouais, si, c'est pareil.
Là, faut que tu resserres après quand t'es là.
Peut-être pas. Hein.
D'accord. Tu parles.
Demande.
Vas-y, parle un peu.
1, 2, 1, 2, tu m'entends Thibaut? Ouais.
Blablabla.
Ouais, Thibaut, est-ce que tu nous entends?
7, 8.
C'est pas mal comme ça.
Ouais.
Est-ce qu'il peut pas percher par le bas? Demande à Thibaut.
Ouais, percher par le bas, ça serait plus pratique.
Ça serait plus bon. Comme ça, on n'aurait pas l'ombre.
Faut que tu l'aies, ouais, comme ça. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Thibaut, est-ce que c'est correct si on y perche par le bas?
Passe jamais par le
Hein? Oui, je sais, mais comme on a des ombres de partout.
On va lui casser
Ça
les
passe
oreilles.
ou pas pour Thibaut le son?
Ouais, ça passe, vas-y.
Comme ça sera plus propre.
peut-être-
Hein.
Plus bas.
Ouais, c'est doit être limite là. Ouais.
Donc bonjour, 1, 2, 3, 4, test son.
Ouais, tu nous entends Thibaut?
Satisfaisant.
Je pense que
Est-ce
tu,
que le
tu
niveau-
captes bien là. Ouais.
Alors on va refaire la même, mais comme ça. Faut pas que tu gênes la ministre quand elle marche, tu vois.
Oui, justement. Lui mets pas ça dans le...
Oh, ça dépend.
Allez, c'est toi qui fais la ministre.
Ça répète, hein. Ça va être beau. C'est toi la ministre?
Non, je suis le...
Blablabla. La perche parce que t'as pas assez resserré, Ralph.
Ouais, je sais, mais faut pas que tu ailles aussi vite. Mais de toute façon, ça ne passera pas aussi vite.
T'en sais rien. Mais a priori, non, ça passera.
De toute façon, toi, la perche, tu l'essuies.
Non, il a pas l'intercom.
Toi, tu
Mais lui, il a l'intercom régie direct, lui. Il en a une. Bon, c'est bon pour vous?
Ouais.
Si tu la mettais là-haut où il y a la truc de ferraille.
Donc moi, je ferais
La perche
comme ça. Hein.
Non, mais il doit suivre les gens.
Ouais.
Et là,
c'est pareil,
et
en
si
fait,
tu
tu
te
as
mets comme
toujours
ça,
raison,
non,
tu
si
vois.
tu te mets comme ça, là, non
Ici?
Non, mais ce que je veux dire là.
Non, le fil, le câble.
Ouais, non, mais je vois ce que tu veux dire.
Et regarde, en plus, t'aurais pas l'ombre, je pense. Hein,
Le câble,
mais
là.
Non, non,
le
mais
câble,
si.
il passe sous le
Regarde.
tapis.
Hop,
Ah non, si tu la mets au sol.
Ah, là, oui. Oui, en fait, peut-être que là, tu peux être juste
Comme ça, là, et puis
ça aura moins à bouger.
voilà. Hop, tu te mets comme ça.
Donc, je suis là, je reçois.
Donc elle est comme ça et haha là 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 et là paf, t'as juste à pivoter.
Là, t'es trop long, je pense. Mais
voilà.
Ouais, c'est peut-être mieux, on va refaire un essai.
Je chope quand même. Enfin, faut quand même que j'ai un plan, un minimum assez large là, pour que je puisse la choper. Et là, je te vois.
Ah ouais, je serai dedans.
Ah ouais.
Ah oui. Bon bah.
Bah oui, puisqu'elle va passer devant moi.
Ouais.
Et bah tu fais bonjour.
Bon, on va reprendre le truc de départ.
Bon bah voilà. Vous allez refaire une.
Ouais, une petite rapide, ouais.
Une mécanique.
Bon, c'est bon, on fait un essai. C'est là, Thibaut.
Ouais, c'était plutôt par là, ouais.
ici, là, ouais. Tu chopes les logos et tout, c'est ça?
Ouais.
Attends, t'es pas prêt?
Mesdames et messieurs. Une
Allez,
belle photo.
De toute façon, vous marchez doucement, hein, vous êtes des ministres. On dirait un singe, arrête.
Ça lui va, Thibaut, par là-bas?
Ouais, Thibaut, tu nous entends bien là?
C'est peut-être un peu trop serré. Un petit peu trop.
Trop serré?
Un petit peu. Stop, stop, là t'es bien. Si tu peux avoir des repères. Pas trop mal.
Bon, c'est bon?
Ouais, écoute, on est bien, merci.
Oui, mais il est très élargi pour faire un plan définitif, Laura.
Et après, surtout, tu te bouges.
Non, je te demande, parce qu'il paraît que tu as trop élargi.
Trop élargi?
Trop élargi.
D'accord.
Bah, tu lui dis, t'es trop serré. Et...
La peine de ça d'ailleurs.
Là, c'est bien.
Ok.
Tu prends ce repère-là, et là, on ne voit pas la perche.
Comme ça, du coup, tu chopes le logo au-dessus là.
Tu peux lui donner un repère. Et là t'as tout, c'est ça?
Bah non, enfin j'ai les logos, mais j'ai pas les drapeaux. Enfin, j'ai un bout du drapeau.
Faut que tu aies un drapeau. Faut que t'en aies un. T'as fait voir un peu les.
Ouais, mais bon, on ne peut pas tout faire.
On va mettre comme ça.
Ouais, voilà.
On a à peu près tout là.
Ouais. Là c'est pas mal. Là t'as la place pour deux personnes. Ils sont deux ou c'est pas? C'est que elle.
On verra tout à l'heure, normalement on devrait y
Et
avoir.
là,
Petit débrief à
du
14
coup, je vais juste décaler un tout petit peu pour qu'on garde. Si on peut choper ce UE là. C'est bon là, on le voit?
Ouais, on est bien là.
Voilà, comme ça, selon qu'ils sont là ou là, on arrive à garder. Et s'il faut, ça sera peut-être les deux
L'anglaise de France.
Alors, au plus large. Attends, on va prévoir un truc au plus large.
Quand tu as bougé le drapeau, ça cache le F, c'est ça?
Non, non, c'était pas parce qu'on voyait pas.
Tu veux qu'on mette plus par là?
Je parle avec qui?
Thibaut?
Il paraît, il est bizarre quand même. Oui, mais ça dépend comment sera la cam, parce que là il est ici, mais s'il est à
Ah non,
plus,
faut pas bouger. Les trucs.
Bah, elle est quand même imagine, elle se met là ou elle se
Ben,
décale.
il va forcément bouger, lui, il va s'adapter à elle. Hein.
Il va rouler?
Bah oui, selon où elle se place, il va se placer.
Si après il se colle pas contre le mur et qu'il se fait ça.
On verra quand même.
Là, il a un boulot typiquement de cadreur épaule en fait. Il est sur pied, mais c'est comme s'il était à l'épaule et qu'il suivait un ministre. Donc il faire un repère, c'est si tu es au plus large, avec les deux drapeaux, il peut mettre le micro à quel niveau?
Au niveau de la ceinture, enfin, en dessous de la ceinture, ça va.
Ici?
Il est dans le...
Pas plus haut. Hein.
Là, il est dans le cadre ou pas?
Non.
Bon, voilà, tu dis ton repère, c'est qu'il faut jamais que tu ailles... Voilà.
Et tu le centres, non? Tu le mets entre les deux, non? Parce que si les deux parlent, non?
Ouais. Tu travailles pour la fonction publique.
Pas mal.
Ils vont faire des échanges. C'est juste bonjour, ça va?
Mais on n'en sait rien en fait.
Ils vont faire un discours.
Peut-être que ça va, juste un discours. Bien la question. Mais ils vont faire des échanges genre bonjour, ça va? C'est pas, ils vont échanger leur salive.
Ah ouais, peut-être que ça sera juste elle qui va prendre la parole.
C'est pas on sait pas.
Alors peut-être qu'on peut demander aux clients.
C'est peut-être le plus. Tu me diras, Ralph, si tu veux faire d'autres.
Ouais, bah, tout à l'heure on en fera, enfin une petite répète apparemment à 14h.
Ouais, mais là quand on l'a accueilli, là, il faut que je vais reculer.
Ah, et là je suis obligé de le mettre là.
Ouais. Tu veux des morceaux de gâteau au sol, non? Non.
J'ai pas non plus beaucoup de.
Et le câble, il va te faire chier. Hein.
Ouais, les câbles m'en font un peu dessus. Là. Je pense que je vais mettre un petit coup.
Tu sais ce qu'il faudrait faire? Non, regarde, ce qu'il faudrait mieux faire, peut-être.
Ouais, je vais bien faire par le mettre là.
Surtout qu'il soit comme l'autre.
Tu vois, faut pas qu'ils se prennent, quand tu vas avancer, reculer. Celui-là est beaucoup plus rigide.
Mais sinon tu le fais reposer là, comme ça il est pas au sol. Tu fais passer là, comme ça il est porté là. Et ça peut être peut-être un peu dangereux.
Ouais, après,
Qui on va filmer exactement? Qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Mais qui accueille les gens?
Mais avant que l'accueil des gens, apparemment,
Ah, c'est... Ah, alors, c'est quoi, voilà, déroulé, c'est... On la filme là?
Je suis désolée si on n'a pas maîtrisé cet aspect-là. Vraiment un petit peu. Avec je ne laisse pas... J'ai pas le contenu.
Bon ben, on improvisera.
Arnaud, je te connais.
oui, on se connaît.
Mais d'où? Espèce du centenaire?
Non, j'ai ma vie.
Ah, mais c'est longtemps que ça?
Bah, tu vois, t'as pas
Ah,
changé.
et ben, c'est quoi la société?
Allez.
Bon, on sait pas.
C'est
un peu l'info, c'est qu'on l'a pas.
On va improviser.
Elle a dit, elle a parlé avant d'accueillir les gens. Je sais pas. Mais tu la vois, tu gueules dans les arbres. Mayday, Mayday, lancez les règles. Tu guettes un peu, ouais.
Et après, quand elle accueille les gens, on a toujours le temps.
Mais je sais pas ce qu'on a filmé. Je sais pas.
Nous, on fait quelques jours encore le commercial qui s'est pas
Parti, elle a dit.
Sébastien,
Dom,
Non,
tu peux te mettre là, c'est un moment s'il te plaît.
Pierre Ferrari. Voilà, qui est parti, après ils ont...
Là?
Ouais.
T'as une petite gêne.
Ouais.
Et McDo, t'en as pas fait depuis?
Non, non.
Parce que du coup, ils ont changé d'agence.
On va le virer si tu veux.
Ouais.
Tac, t'as encore son tapis.
Ça faisait 15 ans qu'on bossait pour eux.
Ce tapis là, ouais.
Ouais, roule-le, pousse-le, ouais.
Et maintenant, tu fais quoi du coup?
Eh ben, je fais toujours de la télé. Ouais, de la télé, puis on est des événements.
Tu es souvent à Merci?
Ouais,
Ah ouais?
je fais pas mal de vidéos. Moi.
Ah oui.
On a aussi des vidéos là, de soccer dans l'anniversaire. Si, ouais, je fais...
La perche.
Ah bah...
Pas 10 ans, mais...
serré. Puis on voudrait savoir aussi si elle parle avant, quand elle accueille les gens, est-ce qu'il faut percher, est-ce que les gens vont passer ou est-ce qu'ils peuvent être chiants, quoi. Oui. Bon, c'est un petit tour, tu crois. Bon, moi, j'ai cherché des gaffeurs.
Et puis après, on me redonne un titre, je le garde, mais entre-temps, comme je fais aussi l'interaction, parce que là, dans le jeu, et les derniers titres, on n'a pas pu le changer, je le fais eux en live de leur côté, parce que moi, je fais tout.
Et ça s'est bien passé, la diffusion?
Ouais. Ouais, c'est spécial. Après, en traduction, ça continue. Parce qu'on passe par des conceptions.
C'est l'avantage d'interaction,
Voilà.
c'est la traduction, c'est pour ça qu'ils ont choisi, je pense. Ouais.
Et du coup,
on est un peu obligé là.
Voilà, donc.
Et tu fais le coaching la semaine prochaine?
La semaine prochaine, je fais un truc à Grenelle.
Ah, nous aussi, le coaching, ça doit être ça. Pour la PFUE aussi?
Je sais pas. Ils m'ont donné les dates, j'ai vu ça sur le calendrier, j'ai dit ok, et voilà.
Et toi, tu bosses pour plusieurs...
Ouais, je bosse toujours pour l'Institut de développement. Ouais. Moi, je termine la saison de boxe. Et là, on est fait voter justement des dossiers scientifiques qui choisissent les candidats sur les dernières sélections. Donc, samedi, avec une grosse journée, on termine les candidats.
Mais c'est pas enregistré là,
Ouais, c'est enregistré. Depuis, on a commencé au mois d'octobre.
Même si ça a été enregistré, tu fais voter en direct.
Ouais, voilà, ils votent. Parce que, il y a du public, il y a 200 personnes à peu près. Ils votent avec leur voiture, ils choisissent les candidats qui vont.
Et le public, il regarde l'enregistrement.
Voilà, alors.
Ils ont fait un écran.
Sur le plateau, pendant que nous on va manger, ils installent le public et ils diffusent les auditions à l'aveugle qu'ils ont fait, tout ça, les battles, et puis après, on travaille avec.
Tu fais ça depuis plusieurs années?
Ah ouais, ça fait. Ouais, c'est pas mal de boulot. Ouais, ça change un peu, après c'est tourné dans les conditions. Surtout moi au début, je suis sur les auditions à l'aveugle, je fais CDC, je fais 60 et j'en veux, je fais 60 avec les gens qui parlent comme ça.
C'est toi qui déclenche?
Je déclenche pas, mais j'ai tout le système qui est automatisé, si tu veux, et voilà, si on met qu'on va buzzer, par contre, c'est moi qui les retourne, tu sais, après, et après je leur mets tous les cas de connaissances, ainsi de suite. Donc, je t'inquiète.
Je connais, c'est mon photo,
Et donc, voilà, puis après, ça s'enchaîne avec les battles, où il va encore des 2 heures, là, c'est du Gauthier Code, il y a encore une chose qui s'appelle les Cross Battle, on les a tournés la semaine dernière, et là, il faut les Super Cross Battle. Donc, j'ai appelé les Untitled Battle, ils ont mis, je ne sais plus combien, au moins 10 ans, et on voit. Non, ça va. Ouais. Ah non, parce que. Ouais. Mais entre là, ce qu'on va faire avec une directe, elle aura accouché. Voilà, ouais. Ouais, parce que là, il commence juste, je crois.
Ouais, bah oui.
Ouais.
Le Covid, maintenant, la grossesse et la maladie.
Ouais. Mais autrement, non, il n'a pas changé.
parlé de... Tu prenais encore...
Ouais, peut-être mettre un petit coup de gaffeur
Pour la-
au pied. Oui, l'emplacement de la grille.
C'est quoi ton problème c'est que quand il bouge, tu prends les
Oui, ou les drapeaux. Il sera ici. D'accord.
Là, c'est l'allocution.
Non, là, c'est l'accueil.
C'est l'accueil. D'accord.
Elle a parlé, après elle attend. Le premier arrive, c'est le portugais.
Vous faites très bien le portugais. Oui.
Voilà.
On sent la démarche.
Vous chopez alors c'est embêtant, il sera de dos. On fera le truc comme ça.
Oui, j'ai essayé de les prendre de profil. Oui. Je vais bouger un peu la caméra pour essayer de les prendre tous les deux de profil.
Ok. Je vais lui dire qu'elle fasse attention de l'orienter vers.
Oui, ils sont de face à la caméra.
Regarde un peu la caméra à l'exposition, tu seras plus comme ça.
Et ensuite, une fois qu'elle a fait, il continue. Enfin, normalement, il devrait aller là, mais ça c'est pas grave, on se débrouillera pour leur filer les badges.
Ah oui.
Ils doivent passer aussi au pass Covid.
Oui, elle avait déjà parlé.
Oui, ça s'est fait avant. Là, c'est vraiment le check-in, enfin, les gens,
Et il y a moyen que je donne une instruction pour savoir où est-ce qu'elle va parler, parce que moi, par exemple, ça m'arrangerait si elle parlait ici plutôt qu'au drapeau. Si elle se met ici, moi, je peux avoir tout le décor, et avec la perche qui va la choper ici.
T'es sûr que...
Ouais, mais mettre la perche là.
Oui, justement, c'est ce que je voulais...
Tu peux te mettre là.
Ici, comme ça?
Si elle se met là.
Comme ça?
En photo, ça m'embêtera.
Mets-toi vraiment au centre. Mets-toi au centre, voilà.
À ras de la... comme ça,
Ouais.
du tapis.
Et là j'ai pas la perche. Hein. Et je peux avoir tout le décor.
Et là, Thibaut, tu m'entends? Tu m'entends, Thibaut? Ah bah. Ouais.
Ouais, mais je pense que ça marche tout à l'heure.
Attends, on va demander à Thibaut.
Et là, du coup, je peux faire quelque chose comme ça.
Ouais.
Ok, je faisais, c'est bon. Alors, il dit.
Tu peux mettre un petit morceau de...
Le gaffeur, à la limite, tu peux lui mettre une là. Ouais. Si elle part ici, ça serait vraiment formidable parce qu'on aurait vraiment tout le décor et tout les drapeaux.
T'as le gaffeur? Ouais, c'est le gaffeur. Là, tu mets une petite bande là, comme ça.
Ça serait impeccable.
Tu vois Arnaud là Ça serait pour le petit discours, ça. Arnaud représente la ministre.
Ouais, Thibaut, est-ce que tu m'entends? Bon, là, j'ai le masque, sans le masque.
Le cadrage, tu le vois pas, toi?
Ouais, mais là, elle est trop dans le... Elle est trop dans le tapis.
Pas ta question.
Bah, il prend pas, hein, il prend au niveau du... il prend à ce niveau-là.
C'est ton cadrage définitif, ça? Non, mais je parle avec Thibaut, là, pour voir si...
Oui, ça lui va, là, au niveau du son?
Le son, ça te va?
Ouais. Ouais, après, je suis vraiment... Je suis dans le tapis, là, quoi, je suis...
Ah oui. Bah, non, bah alors, faut reculer, alors. Faut reculer, on entend le vent.
Ah oui. Le vent avec la porte. Si je me mets là, comme ça?
Là, on aura le vent aussi.
Là, tu m'entends, Thibaut? Est-ce que tu as le vent?
Là, tu as le vent, Thibaut?
Là, je sens pas le courant d'air, moi, donc...
Pas trop de vent, d'accord.
Là, ça serait bien. Hein.
Là, ça serait bien, là?
C'est bien comme position.
Ouais.
Okay. Alors là, bouge pas, je vais recaler le...
Ouais.
T'es sous ex, Raph.
Ouais, bah ça, c'est pas moi qui joue, qui fais l'ex.
Qui fait la vision?
C'est à la régie.
Ils vont pas se mettre là pour la photo.
Non,
c'est pour la locution.
C'est pour l'arrivée, le film.
Oui, il est arrivé, oui, c'est pour...
Non, mais justement, c'est ce que je vous dis. Pour, quand elle va les saluer, leur serrer la main à l'accueil, ils se mettent à ce niveau-là.
D'accord. D'accord, parce qu'on était en train de vous voir avec monsieur justement si elle pouvait se mettre à ce niveau-là, parce que là, on n'aura aucun, à cause de la perche en fait. Si se mettent à ce niveau-là, on peut avoir tout le décor. Si se mettent à ce niveau-là, on n'aura absolument rien. On aura peut-être... Oui, mais le problème qu'avec la perche, il va devoir se placer de partout. Oui, on est obligé d'avoir le son. Tandis que si elle se met là, on aura vraiment tout le décor. Là, on aura peut-être... Je comprends votre point de vue, si on a l'impression que c'est beaucoup mieux ici parce qu'on est vraiment proche du décor.
Mais comme le cadre est serré,
là, on peut avoir vraiment l'entièreté du décor et les deux personnes qui s'aiment. Oui, bah justement, allez voir. Mets-toi à place de madame. Ouais. On a ça.
Ouais, tiens, bah pose ta perche et puis mets-toi à côté de lui.
Non, mais en fait, il n'en faut pas un qui soit au milieu, il faut qu'il soit deux. Voilà, c'est ça. Et si vous reculez,
et là, à cause de la perche, mon perchiste est obligé de prendre au niveau de la taille, au lieu de faire quelque chose comme ça. Tu vois, on n'aura pas les drapeaux. Ça va donner quelque chose comme ça. C'est aussi possible. Hein. S'il n'y a pas de perche, en fait, il n'y a pas de souci. On peut, le problème c'est qu'il y aura la question de la ministre, on peut prendre uniquement le logiciel. Non, mais il y a pas de perche. On m'a dit qu'il y aurait une évolution.
Ah oui, moi je
Donc en fait, oui, ce plan-là, elle est seule.
Non, les dieux, ils prennent la photo avec les représentants des pays.
Mais son allocution, avant qu'ils arrivent.
Je sais pas, il dit qu'il y a pas de...
qu'il soit à peu près positionné comme...
Elle fait un discours avant et après elle accueille.
Voilà.
Comme ça,
D'après ce qu'a dit le gars qui va dit.
Vous remettre juste
Elle a...
les deux.
Mais,
voilà.
et là, ils seront deux, là?
Ouais, alors du coup...
En fait, il y a deux moments. Si elle part, effectivement, elle est centrée pour seule, et vous faites comme vous voulez avec votre perche et tout. Et au moment de l'accueil protocolaire, donc elle va les accueillir, ils se serrent la main, ils vont comme vous êtes là, ils se serrent la main, et là, il y a des photographes qui prennent...
Et ils se mettent là?
Alors vous aussi, mais ils se mettent vous aussi.
Donc, il faut que tu te pousses un petit peu.
Mais du coup, là, il y aura...
Enfin, pas si près que ça, mais oui, voilà, grosso modo, à peu près ici.
Donc du coup, là, il y aura pas de...
Et là, vous avez bien...
Il n'y aura pas de son?
Tout votre cadre, mais là, il n'y a pas vraiment besoin de son. Là, si ce n'est un son d'ambiance, mais personne ne va parler.
D'accord.
Je vais dire bonjour, bienvenue.
Bon, de toute façon, il faudrait que je perche, au cas où.
Pour l'arrivée, on va pas prendre le son et tout.
Parce que là, en plus, on va avoir des photographes. Donc si on les met ici, le photographe, il va leur prendre le... qu'il ait un peu de recul, le photographe.
Oui, on peut se mettre là aussi. Parce que s'il se met là, de toute façon, il est dans le cadre.
Oui, mais là, c'est plutôt l'idée, c'est de se mettre ici, parce que là, les boulons, tu vas rentrer.
D'accord.
Le ministre va passer par ici, mais la délégation, elle va passer là.
Ok.
Les sécurités, etc., ils vont passer par ici. Donc, il y a des chances qu'ils contournent.
Ouais, bah, il faudrait qu'ils contournent, parce que moi, si je me place là, moi, je peux me placer là, mais je serai dans le chemin.
Non, parce que je vais là.
Donc, passer derrière.
Voilà, si vous mettez votre caméra ici,
oui.
est-ce que ça change pour l'accueil? Non, ça change juste pour sa prise de parole.
Oui. Après, moi, je peux me mettre là, mais je peux pas enlever les tapis. Parce que je suis obligé pour bouger la caméra rapidement. Je ne peux pas faire ça sur les tapis. Je retire le repère.
On peut pas juste faire. Et si vous vous mettez là, vous arrivez les cordons ici. Si vous vous mettez ici, vous n'avez pas à faire la totalité du monde.
Je peux me mettre là.
Comme ça, vous n'avez pas parlé, quand elle part toute seule, elle va faire toute seule là-bas.
Les deux précédents événements, il me semble qu'elle était là.
Donc comme ça, si elle a besoin de parler, elle se met là, ou enfin, là pour le coup, vous pointez où est-ce qu'il faut qu'elle se mette. Comme ça, la caméra est là. S'il faut qu'elle recule d'un mètre, elle recule d'un mètre. Comme ça, vous avez le câble. Et on garde le même câble.
D'accord, donc pour l'arrivée scolaire, on garde le temps là. Pour la prise de parole, on va être en attention.
Et ce qu'on peut peut-être faire, c'est peut-être on peut peut-être mettre comme ça les gens qui filtreraient ça, après il reste pas derrière.
D'accord.
Là, ça on peut l'utiliser là. Oui. Bah non, attends, tu lui les autres. Ah oui, ça venez voir. Bon, on va enlever les tapis. Parce que comme ça marche mieux avec les roulettes de la caméra. Ah.
On le décale alors.
Comme ça, ils vont pouvoir l'attraper ici. Comme ça, pour la prise de parole, pour le coup, vous pouvez la donner dans les tapis. On enlève complètement ou les deux là? Ouais, remettre. Ouais, les deux. Parce que là, en plus, ici, on va faire le contrôle du pass sanitaire. Donc c'est bien que vous soyez plus...
Oui. Tiens, viens, ah, c'est bon.
Génial. Donc ça, ils vont passer derrière les photographes et derrière vous, et ici, on contrôle le pass sanitaire des gens qui arrivent. Comme ça, vous avez votre carte de prise de parole qui prend la parole, et les photographes, vous avez leur photo d'accueil protocolaire.
Je recule ou non?
Et là, vous avez le son. Là, on a un nombre d'ouverture.
Là, je suis bien centré. Hein, pour que...
Oui, c'est bien.
C'est bon?
Comme ça. Quoi. Et là, si tu fais l'accueil après.
On va rester comme ça.
Et là, Thibaut, tu m'entends bien? Tu m'entends? Tu prends pas de vent ni rien? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 pour Thibaut.
Non, après, non, mais elle va quand même faire.
Et là, tu arrives à voir les drapeaux, tout?
Et tout là.
Ah, bah c'est bien. Hein. Donc là, elle fait son discours et après, au niveau de l'accueil, elle reste là ou?
J'espère qu'elle va rester là, oui. Sinon, je vais bouger. Et je vais m'adapter un peu.
Parce que du coup, ça fait bizarre, les gens arrivent. Allez-y, tu veux passer.
On fait des tests pour...
Voilà, oui.
Il faudrait qu'on sache vraiment. Ouais.
Mais apparemment pour l'arrivée, pas de son. Je m'approcherai doucement. Elle va rien dire. Tu peux la laisser comme ça. Ouais, je vais te voir.
Ouais, puis en plus, il va y avoir les journalistes, les photographes.
Je vais m'engueuler, sors du champ. Bon.
Bon ben, messieurs, je vais regarder ça de là-haut.
Tu vas admirer.
Comment?
Tu vas bien? Ça va, Dom?
Belle journée qui s'en demain matin,
Est-ce que je peux bouger les potelets et enlever ta perche?
Vous auriez pu prendre le tapis rouge aussi.
Non, non, mais
On ne voulait pas salir les gros tapis rouges, mais c'est bon. C'était pour. Hein. Non.
est marquée, oui. Elle devra se passer là, justement.
Donc, elle se met à droite et l'autre à gauche.
Oui, c'est ça. Ça, c'est le centre, en fait.
Ok, c'est le centre.
Donc, c'est le problème, c'est... Voilà.
Super.
Photographe,
Je ne sais pas. Est-ce qu'il y en a?
Ah oui,
Greg, t'es en surnuméraire ou pas? Tu es en surnuméraire ou pas?
Ah ouais, alors attends, il faut mettre les leçons de conférence.
Ben, je sais très bien. Mais bon, je me fais tout. Je suis grand fait tout.
scotch. Le scotch, c'est vous qui l'avez placé ou pas?
Ouais, c'est la marque.
Donc en fait,
Hop.
ils prennent la photo, les deux il faut là, pas plus.
Non, il faut vraiment qu'il se passe là pour que je puisse avoir qui veut le faire en fait.
Oui,
et ensuite, quand la personne avec son fils, c'est pas pour elle fait avant. Oui. Il faudrait qu'elle se place au milieu. Et là, il va y avoir la perche qui va arriver à ce niveau-là. On a tout cadré pour que la perche arrive dans le cadre. Vous ne pouvez pas la prendre au-dessus parce qu'il y a des problèmes d'éclairage pour raison. On la prend en dessous.
Ok, donc dans tous les cas, quand elle est dos au protocole, elle se met ici.
Elle se met sur la main.
32 ans de service à la présidence de la République, là, est-ce que ça doit
Ça va, moi Ça va? Ouais.
Ok, mais il faut y aller, hein, parce que si tu veux la 115, ah non, non, faut aller chercher.
Attends, je vais chercher mes
Ouais.
On retire ici.
Ok.
C'est bon?
Ça va.
Voilà. Mais attends là, faut poser la question. Oui, c'est normal. Et là, tu en as? Ouais. Ah oui, ça nous verra les autres portes.
Merci à vous. À tout à l'heure.
Ah, ici, monsieur le ministre.
Alors, par là ou par là?
Par là, madame la ministre.
Alors, par là. Merci beaucoup. Bienvenue.
Attendez qu'il vienne avant. On va être sur la...
Bonjour. Merci de votre présence, monsieur. Oh, on va serrer la main.